What's up, guys? Immersion ruined. Getting a lot of sold puts here at 95, 5,700, but those could squeeze back out. If we lose 90 to the downside, we're probably going to test 75. So kind of a tricky level for bulls to support, but they are getting some support. NQ's a little bit weaker. So NQ 20,000, SPX 5690, both pretty important. I'm gonna go and streaking through the quad. I don't know. What do you want to? Is this just de-risking by deleveraging short end of the carry while leveraging the long end of it? I bet, yeah. All these times I thought you lived in a WeBull chart. I bet you're not even 6 inches tall. No, that part's true. Yeah. Are you ready to make some money today? I've already made money today, but I'm ready to make more. I'm ready to continue making money. Thanks for asking. NVIDIA puts below 117. Yeah, NVIDIA doesn't look great here. Support is 16 though, which is tricky. It's gonna be a fucking double bottom. No one's got time for that shit. Keep going down. Just slightly lower low here. Fall turned up. 691. Bought puts at 90. Sold puts at 80. Puts at 90, 85. Sold puts at 80. Hmm. Sold puts are starting to price out. Squeezies. NQ's pretty definitively lost 20k here. All right. Quite a lot of in the money puts at 57.10. Some of those seem to still be coming in. I'm gonna fail to regain 90 here. Move down to 85 or 80. 85. Fucking more at 40, right? 80. 6 test. Hmm. It's bot calls. If we get more put capitulation, I think bulls will win here. And get the reversal back to 5,700. And 5705 maybe. And Q still looks a little too weak. Oh shit, yeah. I'll fix it. Is it not working? Oh, it just didn't even open. There it goes. Or kicked me off, I'm not sure. Hmm. What's the upside range here? Not very high, like 5710 before there's a lot of resistance above this. NQ is still pretty choppy. You say lose 90, test 75. Yep. But we got support at 85. So we actually slipped a little bit and then I caught it. Because this is where like the support for the 90 level was. They've got bot puts at 5,700 here that we're pushing back up against. Sold puts at 95. Sold puts at 5,680 now. Below 85 big downs. Well, so they sold the 695 on the bounce and more of the 680. I would say if we lose 680, The next big pile of short puts to the downside is 5650. The problem with falling into short puts like this when we're above GN is that at pretty much any level, they can just sell more short puts on reverse price action, right? Because this is where you get V's. Like, we have a lot of positive gamma, market makers buying the dip. And so if the market maker slows down the drop in price enough, they'll just sell a fuck ton of puts at spot and we'll get a reversal. Or, like in this case, in the money at 95. So it's tricky to short on days like this. Very. You have to have tight stops. Just take profit when you get the opportunity. It makes it hard to stay exposed in puts. But I mean, they usually make a lot of money quickly because vol goes up as the short puts get squeezed a little. The longer we stay up here, the more and more support they're building. We have long puts to the upside here at 5700 and 5710. So technically we could just get rejected off of this level. If we push through them, we could squeeze them out, but then there's sold calls at 15. So there's not a ton of room to the upside. Like 10, 15 is probably going to be major resistance because there's bot puts at 10, sold calls at 15. 5700, we should be able to push through. Higher than that'll be tough. The upside's just kind of shitty anyway. We're super close to gamma max, so downside range should just be better in general. And since bulls are going to defend that, that just means we probably won't get a lot of range as we move further into the day at all. Like, the price action will compress. And realized vol will drop. Because that was our big shot at the meatball slipping back towards the sauce, and it didn't. They stabilized it. Not that we can't get another rejection, but NQ's back over 20k again. Small reversal there, but bigger there. Mm-mm. NQ's the Nasdaq 100 futures. What are your thoughts on QQQ calls here on tech bounce? I think tech's still kind of weak. It's probably going to. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, tech actually set like a lower high. I don't know. I was long QQQ into the Fed meeting. Well, TQQQ and NQ, but I cut it before the Fed meeting. I don't know if I'd want to go long here. I might wait for a pullback and then consider it. Like tech should benefit the least from the rate cuts and declining inflation, right? I'm pretty sure the BOJ was in fact not bullish. And the BOJ's didn't make a rate decision last night, but I don't think anybody there was like a 0% chance of them raising rates last night priced into the the swap lines. So I don't think anybody was particularly worried about them doing that. And they didn't, right? But they did say that inflation's coming up and they're going to maintain their path of policy normalization. So they soft threatened to continue raising rates this year. Have you seen there's $100 million order, a 4.7 million share order of GME that just went through the dark pool? No. Who cares? Did it affect price? Are they just gonna start arbing DFV's trades? I mean, the whole point of the dark pool is that it doesn't affect like spot price, right? Sounds like crime. Nope, perfectly legal. Perfectly legal action conducted in a purpose built market. There's gonna be a lot of dark pool action today for a lot of stocks. Yeah, it's quad witching. Ooh. Pushing back to 90 under the sold puts again. Lower low on NQ. Glad the markets celebrate the start of spooky season, right? Oh fuck, I had a dork quad witching stream card. Son of a bitch. I'll have to use it in January when it makes no sense. Start the stream over. I really should. Mm. Some of the bot puts at 5,700 took profit on the last test. We're getting more sold puts at 95. Somebody's buying some calls at 57.30. Someone also bought puts at 70. I wonder if that's part of a spread, like an iron condor. So they're done? Yeah. Well, probably a spread. Like 75-70 and 25-30. I don't think the return on it's great, but they probably won't get fucked. It's like 57% return if they're right. Quad witching seems like a really dangerous day to try to pull that off, but max loss is not too bad. It's like 315. When idiot trade, I think we're getting back into the range on VIX where it's probably going to be possible again. Jimmy's doing a thing. Yep. Ooh, big move in ARB. Maybe that was the last of the share offering. Don't worry, there will be more. I mean, yeah, probably. Ew. Man, NQ is kind of a bag of shit. Tech is shaky. Not enough leverage in the dispersion trade. Getting more sold puts at 95 here. So possibly support, or they get squeezed again. Tech's still selling off. Kind of a double bottom. Hmm. What are your thoughts on GoEV? Is this a floor? I mean, there are no floors. The company's barely functional, and the CEO has a penchant for spending all of their cash on private jets and bullshit. Ryan Cohen buy-in? Why not just the end of the share offering? Ryan Cohen's not gonna buy while he's diluting. That'd be fucking stupid. My 57.55 call didn't 10x overnight. I'm upset. Why did you buy a call above Gamma Max? You know what? Nope. I'm gonna give you shit about this one. Nuke. Why did you buy a call above Gamma Max? Are you trying to be the Gamma that you want to see at the top of the chain? Because I saw that huge synth line, and I wanted it. At least you can know definitively that you and some large investment bank both got burned on the same play. I don't know what GM is. It's the maximum for gamma. It's the point at which there is no more gamma to hedge. And that was $20 below your strike. Someone has to buy a share offering, dude. That's how they work. Oh my god. Usually I think that would be downward pressure. No, well, no. I mean, if you're selling shares from the company to the public, then those shares are being bought. They didn't exist previously. You like it, Dork? It was supposed to be witches, but I forgot that I had a witches stream card. And that was also you. It was just you, and you were a bunch of witches. Okay, I feel like Nuke has stopped talking to me now. And 75.50 calendar spread. Really fucking hate this price action. It's not like bulls are trying super hard. They're not. But MQ's fucking everything up because it's such a piece of shit. What a great time to sell more pets, right? Oh, you bitch. It's Gamma Max on GME today. Give me a second. $24.90. Looks like there's calls out to like 21 and they fall off pretty hard. 2150 is resistance. Pre-Opex move on GME. That's odd. It's been a long time since we've seen any price action outside of the ETF FTD periods. That's actually kind of interesting. I don't think it's illiquid enough. Our Opex is coming back. Hmm. NQ looks kind of fucked here. There's some support on SPX here at 90.95, but NQ's substantially weaker. It looks like dispersion's breaking down. The video put's killing it. Probably not a great sign for SPX. Careful of reversals. I'm gonna cut these. Well, as of their last earnings, their massive bond portfolio wasn't as massive as it should be. But yeah, the decline in rates would be good for their equity. Most of their shit's like 3-6 month, I think, or 6 month to 1 year. Your eyes don't deceive you. There is support on NVIDIA at 116, yeah. But it's not very strong support. And then if it loses 116, it's like a straight shot to 113. Yeah, this is testing the breakdown on the trend. This is not a terribly great look. Sold puts at 85.90. Oh, it's not updating. Yeah, yes, broke a little bit below it, but didn't break down. Not yet, at least. Yeah, there's support here. Trimming. Still some bot puts at 85. On the 0 GTE. 85, 90. 90 sold calls. 95 sold calls. 95 sold puts. Hmm. Let's see, 925. Sounds like positioning's in a bad spot here. It is. This is like the last sold put wall to the downside till like 56.50. They're not doing a great job holding it. Mostly NQ. NQ is not doing well. Pushing up above the bot puts at 85. NQ's still weak. Excessively so. That was breadth. Breadth is not doing well either. Dow and Russell both down. Russell got hit pretty hard. This might have a little bounce, but I think it's going to be shitty. Video testing 116. Yeah, I know. Calls are pretty equivalent to sold puts at the 90 strike. It's not a strong bounce. 19.9. Nah, still more downside room. So, fuck me. 75 is the next support, so. And it doesn't look great. Let's see what happens with NQ. It's just NQ selling off. It's selling off hard enough that it doesn't give a shit about what's on SPX. We just dumped right through all the sold puts. It fucking didn't slow down at all. Tech's down 100 points today now. $50. If we don't get support here. It's starting to squeeze off those short puts a bit too. Someone's still selling the 95 5700 put. Bot puts at 75.70. So there's like another $5 of room. It's actually not that fun when bears get confident. It can be kind of shitty. $19,860 support on NQ. Retest 19,970. 63. Reversal at 75 needs to get above 85 in order to get a breakout. Yes, might just come back up and retest the trend where it failed though. Yes, got support a little bit higher than 5730, which is interesting. I've been to enough clubs to know that's a lie. Recap why tech is in decline as a result of the outsized rate cut. Well, it wasn't initially, right? The initial reaction was like a big pump, but in the long run, the rate cut's not good for tech because most of tech is supported on the back of like mega caps, right? And all of those mega caps have huge cash holdings and they're multinationals, so a declining dollar doesn't benefit them. And ultimately, a big rate cut is going to mean a decline in the dollar. It's been moderately supported over the last couple of days, but it's coming back down again. I made more money this week trading than I get at my day job. Nice, man. I appreciate your streams and what you do. Thanks, man. Thanks to you, too. That's awesome. Did you see the article trying to explain to bulls why mortgage rates went up after the cut? Because they were last month's mortgage rates? Where are you taking me for our 2-year anniversary? Ooh, I don't know. 34 fucking months, Gherk. Win MOASS. Yeah. Ryan Cohen killed MOASS. 2055. 5% gain. Jamie gets above 21. I can run. Hmm. Okay, kind of pushing up above the sold puts at 80. Need to break the long puts at 85. Somebody bought a metric fuck ton of 5,700 calls on this bounce. Yep, not just me. Yeah, I mean me, but also not just me. Thank you guys. It chose poorly. Is this gonna dump further? We've got a reversal on support. We'll see. I mean, if it fails, yeah, that's gonna be a terrible. But NQ finally found support. Might not be the strongest support, but it did find some. I would say if this consolidates too much below 85, that's probably going to be bearish. But if we can break up above 85, we've got a pretty straight shot to like retest 95 or 5,700. Getting a lot of sold puts at 80. There's still bought puts at 85. Sold calls at 90. So a little bit of resistance and like $10 the upside. And then breakout above the sold calls. And we start pushing into sold puts at 95, 5,700, bought calls at 5,700. I think still completely reliant on tech. But the bounce is arguably still a little weak. vol starting to turn back up again. Don't think it's because calls are squeezing out. Hmm. Getting some more out of the money bot puts. Sold puts at 80, squeeze off on a drop to 78. And then the next downside, like major downside support's like 55.50. Fucking bulls. Yeah. Looks like bulls are gonna fail the pump. It's like a few dollar range here where they could still get some support, but doesn't look great. I doubt IWM will lose 220. We would need to fall like, yeah, indexes would need to drop an awful lot. 220 is a really strong support on IWM. Hmm. Knife caught. Because they caught them out. Because they did. Bull trap, yeah. I still have to hold this though. You got rejected at 19,960. 85 still long puts. Says 90. Hmm. Gotta get over 92 to confirm a reversal. Yeah, but I don't know how much higher we go than that. 5705 is probably near the top unless we start squeezing off some of the sold calls. And that's going to require a lot more fucking volume on futures. 87's like halfway there though. The 85 long puts are out of the money now. There's sold puts at 95, 5700, but then there's short calls at 5705 all the way out to like 5750. There's a lot of fucking short calls on the upside. Tech needs to get back to 20k. NQ back to 20, and then I would say things would be looking a lot more bullish. And it's kind of struggling with 19,950. Okay, that's a little better. So VIX will drop if we get above 95, 93. Full reversal on a test of 5,700. Three to five DT straddles before close, managing them the next day. Yeah, yeah. IWM's a little more expensive for volatility, so sometimes it's more advantageous to buy slightly further out. But yeah, basically, that's a break of 93. So now we're starting to push back up into the short puts. Still gonna be a little bit of like probably a little bit of resistance at 95. Maybe not a lot. 19.7, 19,970, 19,970, 19,995. VWAP test is at 20. I'm back from the halt. New ticker. Who this? What's up, top BQ? Follow your example. Take a 15-20 minute walk. Nice. Yes, retesting 57.55 here. Retest to the all-time high would be super fucking cool. Yesterday resistance at 23. It seems like an important level. Dollar's still moving down on the hour. Correlations. Found a bit of a bottom. What the fuck was that? Dude, did everybody just get stopped out all at once on 5,700? What the fuck? I'm so glad I didn't have a fucking stop. Jesus Christ. It wicked down to $4? The fucking 100% drop. 50. 100% gain. Off the, I wish I had a buy order down there. What the actual fuck? That's like a liquid strike, too. There's a shitload of interest at 5,700. They got me. They got you and 555 other contracts. Was pissed they sold them too cheap, maybe? I don't know what the fuck that was. What happens to with those calls at 135? I have no idea. Looks like it got a big bounce. I think most of the 135s are sold. Someone sold a shitload of them that they won out against the bid. Yeah. Like the MM. Ah, no, look at me crushing my own bid. Laughs in theta. Rejected. To say. Possibly. This is resistance to the upside for ES. Although holding above 93 is still pretty bullish. And on the 5-minute, it looks like a reversal, right? I might pull back to like 87, but some of those bot puts are shaking off now. And there's still a shitload of sold puts at 95, 5,700, bot calls at 5,700. The hard part is the upside. I think the harder part is the upside of 5,700 because that's where we start to run into a lot of sold calls. But we could squeeze out the nearer the money ones. After 25, it would be really hard. It's 87. We need to hold 87.50. So NQ needs to hold 19,950. Jimmy had a big buy order earlier. My share offering might be done. The gap fill still down at 56.18 on ES or on SPX. $57.67. It's gonna be buyers above 57.70. Huh. MQ's getting close to 20K. Yeah. We'll get a little bit of a higher low off of that. Mm. 1990. Is watching many futures contracts better because they trade more volume? Uh, they also have more slippage. No, not necessarily. I don't think it makes that much of a difference if you're not trading them directly. If you're trading them directly, the primary ones have a lot less slippage. The minis tend to be kind of all over the place, and they have longer wicks. But since I'm just using it as like a measure of interest in NQ, I don't think it matters which one you watch. I just have lines drawn on this one because Webull initially only had like the MNQ. They didn't have the NQ contracts. And so when I first got the charts, I drew all of those shit on the MNQ chart. I could probably switch it over. Top BQ, absolutely ripping. That shit got delisted right away. Ooh, whole 11 cents. Nice. This entire day has been the worst. So it started off nice. had some overly bearish price action for a little bit there. Quite a bit of weakness from the bulls despite having support. That might continue. Yeah. It's almost like when NQ is volatile, the whole market is. Am I regarded to think SPX is about to get rugged? I mean, it really could. There's less in the money puts than there were, so the chances of it rugging are starting to trim down, but the gamut of the downside of us is still negative out to 56.75. So if we lose like this little bit of support that they have here, they're gonna probably get fucked again. And maybe even worse than last time. Like maybe even like down to like 50 or 55. No, 65, maybe 65. With a little bit of interest at 65, that could end up being supportive. But if we keep pressuring the upside of 95, we're gonna keep shaking off those like 85, 90 puts. And as those start to fall off, it'll be easier for the bulls to push up. Also, NQ looks like it's starting to push for VWAP here. If it gets a breakout above that, that could move too, and that could help out a lot. Most of the downside was like NQ not finding support, even though SPX had it. Is a line somewhere? I need comforting. There's one right there that we can't seem to get above. That condor from earlier is kicking ass. This is awful, Chop. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. What's going on with BNED? I have no idea. Is something happening with it? Ooh, it's finally dumping. Nice. Maybe it'll get back under $5 and I can buy it. Yeah, good entries. I stopped on break even twice. I got stopped out a bunch today. Mm-mm. Jamie needs to break 2150. Oh, there's a little bit of a SPX breakout. Yes, getting to reverse off the trend failure. Prior close is 57.78. Next upside resistance is 57.97. This is a pretty important breakout for futures. 65 might be kind of important too. Volume was a bit better on the bounce, but it's kind of dwindling here. NQ's testing 20. Pushing up into the short call or short puts. And the long calls at 5,700. I might start to lay on the short vol a bit more here. If we can break 5,700 to the upside. Fuck, man, I'm so tired this week. You mean variance between quad witching days? Who would waste their time with such a pointless endeavor? Recovery? It's called recovery from illness. Whatever. Yeah, no more pain. You would, Sumo. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Tell my lid I love her. Fades to black. Buy top. Are there any issues with buying options that have 50-cent values? I see Jimmy having these options contracts for sale. No? Why would that be are you talking like 5 cents? I mean, probability wise, they're extremely unlikely to print. I can't say I'm a big fan of the failure on the breakout there. Volume? How about we get some fucking volume? That is kind of conflicted. $half strikes. That's because it's cheap. They generally have less liquidity than the whole dollar strikes. But there's nothing inherently wrong with them. I thought you were talking about the cost of the option. I get what you're saying though. No. What's up, Brett? Which this trend? I think it already broke. Maybe not. Okay, there was a nice dump in vol. From yesterday's high on the 5-minute. Oh, for the upside? Yeah, it's not unimportant. This one. Breaking that would be more significant as far as a reversal is concerned, right? That would be like the gap fill from this morning's open. Still runs into resistance like right away at 57.20, but yeah, it's not unimportant. This has been kind of trading a little too flat. I guess flat here is better. Than failing. NQ needs to hold 170 on a pullback. If you were a betting man, what would be the low of the day for Nvidia? I got out when it broke back above 16. But 16 was support, and we bounced. We fell through it, but we bounced back above it. I don't think I would short again here. Now that there's like some upward momentum, because it can push back towards 1820. There's still a ramp to the upside on Nvidia as well. Getting some more in the money bot calls at 85.90 and a bit less of the bot puts. But gamma there's still negative. It's gonna be really hard to get above 5,700. But if we do, we got a little range. That's 95. NQ gonna break VWAP. Probably find some buyers there at 20k. What was the high here? 20.0350. So we did test it. We didn't pull back too hard. So fewer sellers than the last test. This is still tricky. It's getting more bullish though, incrementally. Maybe I deliver the nose candy to get the Bulls back in the game. I mean, the Bulls are putting in some fucking work here to get us back to 5,700. This wasn't easy, and they were not in a good position, so I mean, it's been a really slow bounce, but it's been consistent. They're just not really in a range where they're gonna get a breakout, unless we move a little higher. Yeah, just grinding upwards. These unskippable ads are horrible. They should all be skippable. Hmm. That's like the 5705 test. 302. If we get up there, we're probably going to move to 10 or 20 anyway. Ooh. And Q's breaking VWAP. Getting there. See, there's that bigger vol short. Now that we're getting closer to 57, if we break 5700, they'll short vol a lot harder. I haven't got a single ad today. It's weird. Some days I get one every 15 to 30 minutes. Maybe we should track the, like, make a chart of ads played and then track Google's stock price and see if they just like push more unskippable ads when their price is down. They do. Way ahead of you. Maybe people should go to YouTube Premium and not have to see ads. Yeah, you can buy it in like Azerbaijan for like 5 cents a month or some shit. There's the 5700 test. Broke a little bit above it. Nice. Oh, I wish I didn't get stopped out when I had 20 of these calls at $5. That's what I get for managing risk like an asshole. I just refresh the stream and the ads usually go away. There you go. Just use a VPN, Rhinecone. God. Don't be such a boomer. $57.05 is like nothing but sold calls, so if we squeeze that, things might get fun. Or it's just hard resistance to the upside. Those are the calls I bought. Nice. Well, someone's definitely sold them to you. I'd be really stoked if we closed the day between 57.25 and 57.70, 56.75. No, no profit taking. Not after all that work. Toe ring. Let's do it. 10, 20, 30 dollars flat. Correlation's still dropping on the 3 and 1 month right now. Looks like the carry's getting another push on leverage. Jesus fucking Christ. Leverage hit 670 on the bounce. What does it mean if correlation is dropping? Dispersion's picking up, so underlying vol up, index vol down. Bot puts and bot calls at 57.10. Sold puts, sold calls at 57.05. Squeezing out the sold 5700s. Contract needs to go above 1250. We could get a gap fill on the momentum. Let's go after that JPM color. Maybe last week of the month. Next week. Into the end of, maybe into the end of next week. I could see that happening. Could all just happen on the 30th, which is Monday. Bulls do love to be above the collar before it rolls, though. Is it possible for another Gamma Max test? I think it's really unlikely. I would say our upside today is going to either be like 10 or 25. Maybe, 10 or 20, maybe even. Maybe not even 25. There's still time for positioning to change, but where it is right now, I don't think so. Technically, it's possible that we could test 50 if we started squeezing enough calls. But we're really, really, really far away from doing anything like that. Vol will go up if we lose 5,700 because there's sold puts to the downside. Vol will go down if we break 5,705. If we start pushing above 5,710, we'd probably get spot up, vol up. Even here, spot up, vol up could technically be like the 5,705 sold calls starting to close. No, loss of 5,700 isn't very bearish because there's support at 95. But it's not great. Yeah, a little bit of support at 90. Very little, though. We don't want to lose 5,700 here, ideally. Well, 5,698 to be more specific. We definitely want to see NQ hold 20k. For more, well, for more upside. Unless you're buying puts. Charm is also supportive above 5,700, which won't matter. It doesn't matter now, but it'll matter later that we're still trading above this level. Reversal in Tesla. Almost under 35 to confirm it. It's still, like, right now it's still on trend. Might even need to lose 30 to break the longer term trend. Stick between 35 and 37.50. Don't feel bad. I got out of my calls on the test of 27. I did not hold through all of this fucking chop. Sam. Yeah. I mean, I wish I had, because 250 was like the longer term upside target. Ooh. Hello. Pressuring sold calls. Do it. Squeeze them. The 5,700 sold calls could start to squeeze off here if we move up, if the contract moves up like another dollar. That's where they were selling the fuck out of it earlier. Like right around 12.50. Hmm. Wouldn't bear calls? I already sold 25.30s earlier today. If we get a breakout here, I might sell some more. The bot puts at 57.10 are falling off. And we're getting more sold puts at 57.05. It's still sold call heavy, though. It's getting better. Ooh. Jamie rejected off of 2150 again. Shortfall and it's pulling back. Okay, that's the short call squeezing a little bit. And almost the 5700 short calls squeezing. 70 cents off. Bulls are prairie dogging right here. Do the world's reserve currencies usually act like a shitcoin? Now they do. Yeah, that's the new normal. If Nvidia breaks 118, it's gonna test 120. And it doesn't necessarily look like it's going to break down. It's just consolidating on the bounce. Needs to lose like 116.09 to signal a drop. So this still looks bullish for a retest at like 117.38. This morning's drop was fucking awesome though. Actually did it. I got in like a little late and I still did pretty okay on it. Yeah, I've shared a picture of my desk. How many people trade SPX daily? I don't know. I would say most of the trading on SPX is institutional. Most retail trades like SPY. I don't know why it's not tax preferred, but they'll usually SPY or ES. I like SPX a lot better than ES. I'm in institution. I'm institution. I'm monogamous to SPX. Don't you just wait, don't you just trade like NQ all the time? I thought you traded feuds. If calls are squeezed here, we could test 15 or 20. We could test. We could potentially move above 20, like 25 to 35. Woo! I'm $20, $200 away from unrealizing all my losses from getting stopped out 9 times. Oh, and Jamie's sucking. Come on, gap fill. Let's go. Bull's got to be getting excited now, right? Starting to squeeze the short calls at 5,700. And Q's pushing 20,050. We got some in the money puts at 57.10 that need to be pushed out of the money, but there's not a lot of them. They could probably shake off pretty easily. And then Gamma kind of flattens out a bit into like 30. There's some resistances, like 25 looks like a resistance, 20, 25, 30, 35. So price action might slow down a little bit there, but we should have momentum. Woo, losses unrealized. Awesome. Now if it could just go up another like 15 bucks, that'd be great. Hey man, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Taking off Friday. Did you take off? Or are you at work right now? It blew up. I won, lost, won, lost. I'm better at options, so I just quit futures. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. I don't know why. You know, I went to go like intraday trade futures again like a little while back just to fuck around with some of our data, and I hate it. It's been so long since I've traded them regularly, and I fucking I just like mismanage my stops all the time. I still trade them like long term, like swing. I don't have a problem with, but intraday trading futures, terrible, way out of practice. It's something you really have to get used to. Jimmy's reversal hit here isn't actually bullish yet. It is a bounce. It needs to clear like 2250, and then it gets a little bit more bullish. But it's Opex, and it's interesting that GME is getting a bunch of pre-Opex volume. It's been a long time since we've seen that with any kind of consistency throughout the trading day. I did learn a lot trading futures for your. Now back to SVX. I'm killing it, even with losses. Nice. I should have waited for the morning DD. It would have saved me grief. What'd you do? Oh, you went long calls at open? Yeah, so now that we have like live data on our end, I'm probably gonna keep putting the morning like the morning information out after open because that's when we have the clearest picture of the chain for the day. And it's a lot better than looking like at the 6 a.m. update, which is what we used to do. Oh, fuck you. Don't you dare. It's arbitrary resistance. What was open? 5709.64. Just a little profit taking on that. Stupid profit taking, but profit taking. I think we're starting to squeeze out some of the sold calls. If we get a new high on this bounce, we might actually take out a chunk of them. That would be dope. Or they double down. Hmm. Okay. Getting some more O5 short puts here. Nice. Wonder if I should have sold the 5700 put. 95 maybe. When does the morning updates? Well, 6 a.m. For OI. And we have to run the calcs on it, so it's our updates for like the OI update is a little bit after 6 a.m. I think we have it published by 7, but I'd have to check for you. And that's in order to factor in like OI changes from X. It doesn't matter for indexes because there's no X, like there's no exercise, right? Except on like AM contract days. Who's your market data provider? Opera. Did anyone else get a Coinbase email about potential confidential data being compromised? Why don't you just check your Coinbase account and see if it's like a phishing scam? Do you see evidence of any further volume and price action on GME? I see some short vol pulling back on GME, which is possibly bullish. I mean, I bought calls for a reason. There's just a lot of resistance at 2150. It'll be hard for it to break above that, but if it does, it can run out to Gamma Max, and Gamma Max is at like 25. There's a big shift in ARB this morning, also, which, I mean, usually if followed by positive price action is really bullish. Starting to get some bot calls at 5710. And the sold calls at 5715 and 20 are pulling back a little bit in favor of sold puts. So a little bit of a shift more bullish to the upside, but 5710 still big resistance. Locally, at least. So now we might get a little bit more aggressive short vol if we get above like 5707. squeezed them off. 1442. Sell off on NQ a little bit. Spike and vol. Fuck. NQ hitting a lot of resistance at 30, 35. Let me see how momentum looks. Dip on the 1 minute, it's kind of flattening out, not picking up too much near-term momentum. And things are getting more bullish on the 5, a little bit more bullish on the 15. Yeah, so we should still have a little bit of upside range. Dow's carrying a lot of this move, which is maybe concerning. Going to be support on NQ. Correlation on the 3 month turning up. 1 month still pushing down. Dollar caught a bounce off the low. Carry leverage is starting to turn around a little bit from 6.6. The 6 month isn't getting much of a pump. Is it 11 o'clock or high? They haven't levered it up since the bounce. That's interesting. This good old knife catch. They still need to get a new high off the knife catch to squeeze out the short calls. So if this fails, like 5706, bears keep the advantage. Some of that was just profit taking, so I'm not super concerned with it. But it was quite a bit of profit taking. That also might mean that we start to see more puts come in closer to the money as they roll them up. Gherkin said stops. Why? What question? I don't have a Coinbase account. What do you look at when you say, let me look at momentum? Indicators that we built for momentum. Kind of, I mean, kind of broad, how to describe them. It's like a No, it's not RSI. It's not like that at all. Trying to think. How would I describe it? Yeah, I don't like RSI. We're kind of looking at like a measure of variance over the entirety of the S&P. I don't know if you can. It's like a kind of a custom tool. Gross. We didn't get a new high. Fucking gappy options. I'm actually trying to learn how to trade, and I don't understand how anybody makes money. Well, to make money trading, you buy things, hope they print and manage the risk on them 90% of the time. Or you sell things, manage the risk on them, and hope you make money. Yeah, but if there shouldn't be. Here's where everyone loses money. Like 99% of the traders in here that are consistently losing money, it's because they don't manage the risk. Just don't. When I say like rule number one is don't lose money, that's the rule, right? Just don't take a fucking drawdown. You're spending more time worried about how much you can make and not worried about losing money to make it, right? Especially if you're trading like a port without a lot of money in it, right? You really want to make sure that like your entries are perfect. If your entry's not perfect, get the fuck out. Like don't tolerate drawdowns that are, in excess of 10 to 20% of the position. And if you can't trade again for the rest of the day, that day's over. Try again tomorrow. This guy's talking about not taking a drawdown while I'm trying to figure out what the extra letters on top mean. We're slowly pressuring the upside resistance, but not. It's not a lot of pressure, which is maybe concerning. And we keep getting gaps on the bounces, which I don't like. Getting incrementally lower highs. So we are consolidating. This might actually break out now. Yeah, maybe. Still left a gap at 703. It's a small one though. It's like a penny. We need to get above 5707.50 so we can squeeze out some of these fucking short calls. Really close. Like all of them were sold over here. So NQ built up a little support on VWAP. One, have perfect entry. Two, immediately set a stop for the price you paid. I mean, it doesn't have to be the price you paid, but you need to understand how much risk is like tolerable for the entry you took. You should have defined take profits so you don't make money and then let it wash away, which I see a lot of people still do. A lot of shekels today, thanks to the pickles fake. I'm not giving any of it back, so I'm shutting her down. Nice, man. I'll see you Sunday. I gotta learn on YouTube about drawing lines, and all I hear in my head is Gork disparaging every single thing they say as trading YouTubers. That's because they're trying to tell you that technical analysis is going to predict the future instead of just using it as a risk management tool, which is all it should be. The chances of it accurately predicting the future are extremely low, but it does tell you where your risk should be, right? My wrists are on the keyboard. God damn it, Brad. TA is good for defining if-then statements. Yep. And that's what we talk about when we talk about trading levels and ranges on indexes, right? Everything is an if-then. If it breaks this, then it can go to this. If it fails this, it can drop to this, right? And that defines the kind of trade you can take at each level, right? And you know where risk would be on that. That's why the big boys paid physicists millions of dollars in the 70s and 80s to develop algo trading and continue to. Yeah, like Brett earlier, you were like, "Hey, what about this trend?" Right, and we drew it. A break to the upside of that trend is a good call entry, right? So you would wait for that breakout, buy a call, set your stop at that trend, and even in the immediate term, you would have been profitable, even if you didn't wait for the consolidation and further upside to play out, right? And your risk is a failure of that trend. So I mean, it's not that complicated. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Trading itself is stupid. Analysis, trying to figure out where the market's going to go tomorrow, that's hard, right? And unnecessary. I mean, if you're trading the intraday, you don't even really need to know that. You need to have defined levels. You need to know where price action breaks bullish, bearish, neutral. But really need to know what the market's going to do. You don't need to pay attention to the macro outside of, setting stops around it if you're profitable. Like most people who run trade desks or work trade desks at institutions are not the brightest lights. They just have a list of shit that they do over and over and over again at various signals, right? Like, oh, SPX crossed the fucking 20 EMA long, right? Cut if X amount of drawdown, and that's just all they do. They're not like analyst geniuses. They're not paying attention to the leverage in the carry trade or any of that shit, right? They're just buying their signals and taking profit when they hit their profit factor. Now they're throwing around larger amounts of money, and that has an inherent influence on the outcome. I mean, we do it too when we like long or short like the CTA levels, right? Because a lot of them are just trading like standard deviation moves from the mean. So when we look at like that thing I made for TradingView, right? So when you're looking at something like this, right, and you have like the MM's expected move, and then you have the standard deviation range, and then the expected range like off of the distribution over the next 5 days, right? Then like, you know, we hit the MM's downside expected move today, uh, perfectly, right? We bounced from that point because the options positions that entered here took profits there, right? Because that was where to take profits and where to sell options because they were then overpriced. And then now we're moving up towards the upper end of that range. which would put us about at yesterday's high. No, we might not reach that today, but I mean, this is what a lot of them are trading. Is they're just trading these shifts in expected moves. What's up, Nuke? This is why you're my best friend, Gork, and I tell everybody. I'm not doing analysis. I have a chunky apartment bound friend in Manhattan who does my analysis. Chat? Which, ooh. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, I see that. I don't know what to make of it. Hmm. That might be synth long then. Big fucking position at 57.50. Could be synthetic short. Might not be. How much money? A lot? I'm gonna do the math. It's big. It's bigger than any other 0DT position on the chain. By a lot. Looks like bot put sold calls. It's kind of far out of the money to be accurate, though. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's only 90 million. 90 million's a lot. Hmm. I don't think I necessarily like the effect of that. No, JPM wouldn't roll this soon. We still have decent support at 5,700. We just bounced off the line I drew from earlier. This one down here. Yeah. Still no break of 5707.48. Another fucking gap. God damn. $5,700p for 926 is only $27. That seems really cheap. It kind of does seem pretty cheap. Well, Vol's falling. I don't know. It's 926. The weekend. Can we get a fucking new high here? This is bullshit. We have like a wedge, but it's yeah, slightly bullish. More just like horizontal consolidation. There we go. That's a new high. Not on my fucking contract, though. Push this fucking gap already. Need an NQ break of 20, 35, 36. 36.50. Oh, momentum's getting better. At least on a short time frame it is. I'd be careful of this being a distribution breakdown. We should set a stop. Pressure. Nice. Still need a new high on NQ. Careful, because this is the back end of like distribution on futures. Right, so bulls are trying to save the breakdown here. If they don't get a new high, this could fail really fast. Stop set at 11.84% gains. Look at you. You just made money trading. Does anyone here use a trading journal? You should when you're starting. I just log everything in option strat and it's slow. Yeah, it's kind of inefficient. You could use like a spreadsheet if you enjoy that, or just I mean, entry, exit, max drawdown, total profit. If you're trading contracts, maybe the contracts, like the strike at least. I don't think you care about the expiration, but you might. Bro, spreadsheets are why I don't have a job. Me too. Pump the weak bottom, no buyers at the top. Well, we did find some buyers on SPX. It's just NQ's lagging. Alternatively to finding buyers, we could just find put sellers here, and that would be okay too. We're really close to that gap for bulls not to just go ham trying to push it through. support at 750? Not quite. Found resistance at 30. Fucking profit taking. Do not want to go back and fill that gap at 04. What DTE straddles do you get on Friday? Oh, I usually get longer dated ones. I've talked about this a bunch. Right now we're in an uptrend, so I'm usually buying the puts pretty far out anyway, and then like buying, you know, 0 to 3 DTE on the call side, and then I'm adding leverage on the call side. But like any puts I buy for this weekend will probably be like next Friday. Or possibly even like October Opex if they're cheap enough. I mean, it depends on what VIX gets down to today, but there is a chance that I would buy the October Opex. Generally, I weight the theta and number of contracts based on the current trend. So if we're trending up, I'm buying, you know, less theta on the call side, higher leverage, and then more theta on the put side, lower leverage. So fewer contracts, but with more theta, and then the opposite, going the other way. So I'd be buying calls with more theta on a downtrend, puts with less, and more puts than calls. How likely are we to move much higher? Not a lot. Yeah, that's why I keep the calls short dated. And because the shorter dated they are, the less of a move to the upside you need anyway. And if we did something like close at gamma max, like I probably wouldn't enter any at all. Or I might do like upside debit spreads and then downside puts. Because yeah, there is like a upper theoretical limit there, right? I just want these contracts to stay over 1270. It's not even that big of a deal. Just fucking make it happen. There we
we go. Short calls to the upside are kind of flattening out here too, so we might be starting to squeeze off some sold calls now that we have like the little bit of a breakout.
Very gappy. Hmm. Ooh, GME's pressuring 2150. Yeah, I think if the market breaks up here, GME might kind of hit that flat gamut of the upside and get past those sold calls. Interesting. End of day on that might be kind of bullish.
MQ having a hard time. A little bit, yeah. Still just consolidating though. Hasn't really failed. We're probably gonna fill that fucking gap I don't want to fill. Oh, that already got stopped out. Okay, not filling that gap if we break below 5,700 is extraordinarily bearish. So bulls better fucking hold on to this shit here, otherwise they're fucked. Do you have October pets? I don't currently have any October pets. RP bumped to 339. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we should see that climb up this week. Next week. Next week into the following Monday. Fuck them? Yeah, I mean, made most of my money back. Index move. Hmm. Jimmy has some support at 21. 21 and 2050. Higher low. Left an upside gap at 06 too. The sold call concentration at like 57.05 is broken down a lot. So there's less sold calls to fight to the upside if we do get a bounce. Low here is 19,989. $5,700 is lost. How low could it go? Kind of need to lose 95 also, not just 5,700 is such a big strike. You really need to get away from it. But I would say if we lost 95, we could go back to 75 again. Charm becomes less supportive under 5,700, and we're starting to move into the back half of the day. So bulls really shouldn't give this up because they get bled out into close. Especially if the short puts underneath us move in the money. Hmm. Everybody's already all in equities. Where's second all in equities? Dow? Hmm. Get a little bit more put selling. I wonder if NQ would get more buyers on another crossover. It's another lower high here would suck. Almost got it. Still some sellers there, but not as many. There are going to be sellers below 80. Gross. and bottomed out on the 1 minute, but bearish on the 5 and the 15. $16.09. Yeah. Might as well just continue right down to 56.50. Could. It's early enough. Oof. Yeah. NQ lost 19,980. At least I got out of my calls. All right. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, this is gonna dump. This is a bad failure. MM wins T+1 with the 56.30 close. It's not impossible. Kind of unlikely. There's support at 75. And then I'll be honest, there's not much below that. No. Which one of the four witches is doing this? It's the North Witch. Hmm. $87. Yeah, that's kind of important. QQQ has tons of 480 Ci that could get burned. Yeah. Yeah, it does. This isn't even really support. We already slipped the 95 support here. So bulls are just kind of trying to claw it back. Yeah, looks like a lower high. Still weak. A break to the upside of the trend. Yeah, actually, a break to the upside of 95 might offer some stability again. No, the knife isn't caught. This isn't even a great place to catch the knife. This was a fairly
Little
shitty
Sebastian
level
put their
earlier.
pickle in my jar. I can be
Like we
green.
bounced and then
I can
failed
be
to
red.
75, where
I can
there
be
was more
violent upside.
substantial support.
I can hurtful. I can be full bull. I can be anything you like. Your 10,000 candles blowing in the wind. Happy Quadwitch Day. 3.
Jimmy run it up down today. Did you buy your calls before the first pump? I bought my calls. Well, depends. I bought some calls on the first pump. Like I think it was like right here. The 25s for next week. I bought the 22s when we almost broke out at 2150. 2150 is the sold call level to the upside. That 5K synth long ever roll? You mean the the synth? Well, synth something at 5750. No, it's still. I think the position was sold to close, not bought to open, but um, there's been no change on it since earlier. What's the news on GME? Got a lot of opening price action on Opex. So I was slightly titillated. Figured I'd throw a few $100 at it, see what happened. Charm's negative here, yeah. Well, more negative. I mean, overall charm is positive, but the 0DT positioning's pushing down. There's a lot of in the money sold puts at 95 and 5700. What are they selling now? 5680s again? Carvana put's a great idea or a terrible idea for October 25th. I'm thinking 160p. I don't know if they're a terrible idea yet. It's run like well above like VN and it's squeezing. So I would be kind of careful shorting it until a top is found. And you can confirm a top and then maybe I would consider something. Yeah, crowd's running hard today. I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be right back. Boop. This looks bearish for Monday. Maybe. Yeah, we could get a continuation Monday. I would say I would want to see a loss of like 56.50 to signal that downside move. But yeah, I don't see why not. 5,600 would be better. We're still above GN. We had a V earlier. We got a new high off of that. But we did fail to fill that gap, which is significant. Where do we find support on every single strike? Well, we didn't. We didn't find fucking support until we hit like 87. And now we're like pushing into the actual 85, 80 support that's there. Vol's still going up. Jimmy's trying. Close. Snap, $10 more. 75 support. If we lose, they're selling an awful lot of the 80 put still. Hmm. Start squeezing those short calls. I've been wrong before. How awful would it be if we went back to 570450? It'd be tough, but not impossible. Sharp reversal with some profit taking. I mean, we're only $15 off. Jimmy is having a hard time squeezing out the sold calls at 2150. Carvana's squeezing. Like Vegas squeezing. Starting to lose downside momentum? Yes. It doesn't mean we're going to reverse. But we might.
Bespoke Charmander put their pickle in my jar. There once was a boy who ate red candles and bare thoughts in his head. When he over-leveraged in zero-date puts, his gains turned all into soot, and now works behind the redhead. Happy weekend, Gert.
Thank you, Bespoke Charmander. Beautifully put. Hmm. Yeah, but there's resistance to the upside at like 95. So yeah, the longer we hang out here, the more likely we get a move up. But a move up might get like kind of stymied at 90, 95. Any thoughts on Rocket Lab? I mean, I think they don't make money. Someday they could. I don't know how. I don't think they do anything particularly well that other people don't. And the other people that do it also don't make money doing it. What kind of order triggers you find provide the best fills on IBKR? I've gotten some good fills off of like the adaptive orders. Most things that get built on the algo side get built based on the mid, right? Because otherwise there's no consistency. quickly rewrites all algos in Codebase to not use ask. I mean, if you're doing HFT, that's something you could consider. But if you're not, then it's probably creates more problems than it solves, or leads to the algo like chasing the bid. Was Jimmy gonna squeeze now? Well, it's not gonna squeeze, but it could go up. Might squeeze off the 2150 calls if it can keep up the pressure, which it may not be able to do. I don't like being bullish. Why not? Hmm. Double topping at GM over the next week on SPX. GM should move up today with the pullback to 75, but possibly. Yeah. If we close today below 5,700, that's not great going into next week, and we might get a bigger pullback. But we'll see what happens. Still a lot of resistance to the upside of 5,700 right now. Where do we close today? There's a good chance somewhere between like 56.95 and 5700. There's a lot of calls sold to the upside of spot. So like 5700 all the way out to 5730 is pretty much entirely sold calls. We could squeeze them, but they don't really have, like, bulls don't really have an advantage on the charm side until we're over 5700, which is where the resistance is. So octopus pits? Are you hanging out with like options guys from the 80s? Is Apple a meme stock now? If you want it to be. Sure. Had to be on the straddle of choice. No. I'm still straddling SPX. It's fine if you're poor. Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. You overpay for vol a lot on IWM. It's a significantly larger portion of the move is priced in. So it's something you have to account for. IWM liquidity can dry up on big moves. Yeah, it can. You need to be careful setting limits. Once you're in the money, it can get really difficult. Unless you're at major strikes. I still straddle IWM when it hits like 220 or 215 or 225. I don't mind that so much. I don't play the Power Hour song anymore, and it makes me sad. I played it yesterday. The TASs are closing at 56.88. Interesting. Which is a problem for my 5705 call. Sounds like it. Dow Jones Transports looks like Dork's hot prison food. It's not having a great day. Bull time? No? NQ got 20k back, but still setting lower highs. Still needs a breakout. I think if anything carries this up into resistance, it's going to be NQ. Intel halted? On news, I assume? Oh shit, Qualcomm approached Intel about a takeover. That's awkward. Yay, even more mega caps. Concentrate all the market caps. Eventually everything will just become Apple. That's gonna be great. Jimmy on screen? What year is it? 2024. For indexes, is it even better to strangle than straddle? If volatility is high, then you have to, because otherwise straddles become overpriced. Could we have a big move end of day or flat? We could have a larger move. Well, yeah, because we could squeeze out the long calls to the upside or the puts to the downside. So there's some range on the end of day. Not a ton, but a little bit. It's dependent on volatility. I butterflied 5,700 like 20 minutes into open. That's awesome. I fucking hate money too. It's always getting in the way. So it's not talking about RC's PP slap. Oh, you mean the inevitable dilution if this runs to $24? Did you end up doing the AVGO thing this morning? Which thing? I mean, I played AVGO today. But I ended up doing a straddle. It's doing okay. I'd like it to close above, or well, move into close above 171. There's like a small chance it could test 72, which is maybe where I'd get out. I played NVIDIA today. Also. Another chicken dinner there. Looking squeezy. Starting to push out the 5705 sold calls. Still resistance though. We got rejected before. NQ looks good though, like quite good. Wouldn't Qualcomm offer to buy Fubo? I think the most likely person in that space would be Amazon, right? It's not gonna be why the fuck would Qualcomm buy Fubo? Why did RC dilute after earnings? There was no price pump in effect. Yeah, there was. Stock was like $24. It's not worth $24. It's a good enough reason to dilute. Question is, why didn't he do it above 70? Because slow. Is Japan's stock market gonna crash soon? I don't know. I vote yes. That'd be nice. I wouldn't mind. Where did this market stop making sense after the rate cut? Well, it's starting to normalize again, right? It's still a little fucked up, but gold moved back up, dollar moved back down. The front end of the yield curve is starting to fall, which is what it should be doing. But I would say largely just repositioning. There's a lot of people pricing in a very different rate cut path, right? $100 cut. Let's fucking go. Daddy needs to buy gold on loan. Nice. I have a hard time believing XPX 6000 end of year is the only answer. Whose answer is that? potential for QQQ to test 500. I mean, and Nasdaq's lagging a lot. I think it looks far less bullish than SPX. I'm gonna prepare now because it's gonna happen next week. Answer my question. Can we get stickers to the pickle jar that say I was there for the 1929 trend test? That's at 6,100. And maybe. That's actually an awesome idea. You were there for the other one too. You just didn't know it happened. You see the 57.25 getting bought right now? No. Not at all. We tested the trend during the .com bubble. Remember that time Jensen panicked because his company's earnings report was putrid, so he winged it and said AI 732 times and soft goods? Well, here we are. Croissant Man said 6,000 end of year. So did JFresh since he plagiarizes him. We'll see. I don't know. Didn't Go EV already bounce? It did. It went back to like $1.14. It's close to its prior low. Yep, gap filled. Nice. It only took literally all fucking day. Nope, they got it. Let's see. Not much resistance at 1520. A little bit, but there's sold puts there. We might fail and refill the gap. Everything up here is just sold calls. I'm gonna go look at Monday's options chain. What have we got here? Also sold calls. Monday has some like 35, 50 bought calls. But the 57, 20, 25, and 30 are all sold. So this is the 15 and the 05. Nice. Love, hate this stuff. Awesome. What's the speculation on GMA? It looks like it's doing an Opex run. Kind of. It's not like fantastic, but it could test like 25, maybe 26. Jamie share offering right before 25. I'll put stops on. Cohen's just going to offer shares over the weekend before it even gets a chance to break out. Fucking worse than Elon. Classic quad witching, 0% on the day. Well, we're a little bit above 0. Technically. Looks like MQ found a little bit of resistance. Maybe not much. But MQ's driving like this entire move. There's no bullish positioning here on SPX. Nvidia's not green, but Apple's almost 2%. AVGO's up 2.25. CrowdStrike's up 7%. There's still some movers. I mean, oh, did Siri finally fucking go up? Nice. I'd like that to get back to like $36. Not that I have a bunch of options on it or anything. Mm. Is Beyond dead? No? Hasn't been on Reg Show in a while, though. Which isn't so much fun. Why does it feel like GME will run after hours? Because it broke up above the sold call wall, and it's getting covering, and its arbitrage is going crazy. It's usually a pretty good reason. Carvana puts for next week? Carvana's in the middle of squeezing. I'm not buying puts on it. Siri did a reverse. Well, it didn't do a reverse split. They finalized the merger with whatchamacallit? Liberty Media. Opex is today. Today's Opex. Looks like that guy's butterflies might do it right after all. Nvidia just fell off. Yeah, Nvidia's options chain does not look that strong. Like, there's some interest at 18 and 20, but it's kind of weak. And the support's garbage. Excellent. I really want to take some profit on gold. Do I take profit, or do I just hold it forever? Is this what gold bugs feel like? It's so tempting. If GME rips above 2250 in the last fucking 7 minutes of the day, I'm gonna be pissed. Sleep on it? It's not ideal. That's what BTC bros feel like. Gross. Step 1, buy gold. I closed the 0 DTE GME calls. But they were 2250. So if it rips above 2250, I'm gonna be angry. I still have the 25s for next week. The entire gold market is run by options. How much did you make on your 0 DTE GME calls? $0. Did you say that massive synth position was 0 DTE? Yeah. At 5750? It's run by pawn shops selling to grandparents. I believe it. Wait, can you return the gold you bought at Costco to Costco? So, like, if gold prices drop back below, what were they selling them at? Like 2,200 or whatever? Can you just return your gold to Costco and get your money back? How much did you lose on your 0 DTE Jamie calls? I think I just got stopped out of them at 10 cents. In and out at 10 cents. Whatever the fees were. Actually, I don't think WeBull has any fees on equity options. You're a freaking genius. I also checked. You cannot. You guys have been hanging out with me way too much if you're asking Costco if you could return your gold at market price. Sir, this gold appears to be broken. It's like that fucking chick with the fully eaten chickens. What else can we arbitrage through Costco? Anything purchased before inflation hit. I returned a fucking grill to Costco. It was like 3 years old. I didn't. Even better, I'd only ever used it once. And the one time I used it, the hopper on the chip thing lit on fire. So I called Costco and they're like, you can't fucking return that. And then I called Costco's like online customer service, which is where I bought it from. And they were like, oh, yeah, we'll come pick it up for you. I've never wanted to buy puts on Costco more in my entire life. Not only did they come out and pick up the grill, they then refunded the full amount of money in cash at its current price, which was not what I paid for it. Costco's the new Nordstrom. Don't tell RC. Imagine if he bought Costco instead of Nordstrom. Full shopping cart of freezer burned me. No questions asked. Full refund. Nice. Shouldn't even thaw it first. I love how Gherkin is disgusted with the great customer service he received. I lit the grill on fire by not following the instructions, then returned it for like $50 more than I bought it for. And they came to my house on Long Island and fucking picked it up out of my driveway. Apple's selling off too. Interesting. It'd be interesting if we closed today below 5,700. It really would. Like 56.98. Hard as fuck. Bring up chart. Was it because Qualcomm's buying Intel? Oh, Jesus. Fuck, that's like the entire day's gains. Was Buffett selling more? That's gotta be Buffett. I fucking love how everyone's super bullish and Buffett's just dumping all of the stocks he's had for like 20 years. Everyone's like, ah, he's old. He'll buy him back next summer for half. Best part is that they probably just tossed it in a dumpster afterward. And if you'd followed them, you could have gotten it back and kept the money. I didn't want it back. I lit it on fire. Like all of the computer parts melted. Different this time, TM. Buffett is seen every time. He wants to spend some of his money before he dies. No, he doesn't. Ding ding. Apple sell-off almost dragged SPX below 5,700. That was a big fucking dump, man. It's like 17 million shares. Not small. Huh. Alright, so why am I playing Jimmy? Arb's going crazy on it right now. It started this morning. Usually when Arb goes nuts, Jimmy runs. Also, there's covering on it. Like, quite a bit today. And this is going into Opex. Look at the fucking volume bump into close. Final candle of the day was 21 million volume. Smells like Freg's day. There's some spreads due out next week. Let's fucking go. Yeah, right? Upstart gonna run too? Huh. Not Fubo. Fubo's not doing shit. Oh, I can delete top. Nice. Later. Yeah, so SPX closed pretty fucking flat for the day. A little bit above where I expected it to be. I was thinking more like 56.91, but dead center in the market makers move. So everyone just got roasted on out of the money options. If they didn't buy puts, especially the bulls. Anybody holding call side from yesterday got fucked today. Hard. Pretty hard. There wasn't too much out of the money call positioning, but there was some. ES managed to hold the bottom of its trend, but it still looks weak. And we might see a continuation of that weakness into the first half of next week. So if we're gonna get like a little pullback, I think maybe sometime in the first half of next week we could see like ES 5,700 or 5,680. At which point we probably find some support. Dollar moved back up a bit into the back half of the day and helped out that run a little bit. We saw yields at the top end of the curve start to move up again. And the 3-month is declining. And so now what we're getting is the front end of the curves falling back. And the back end of the curve is rising. We got that 20-year back over 4.1. That's going to continue pushing that spread further apart. Correlation's continuing to move down, but very, very slowly. And there's not a lot of leverage being packed on in tech. Our last big bull run, we went down really fast, and this is significantly slower, a lot more consolidation. So the options chains on tech, aren't very strong because there's not as much long vol there. Carry trade started getting levered up again at the end of today, but all of these peaks on the 10-year and 10-year leverage are coincide with like moves up in the index and moves down in vol. So they're still using this a lot to leverage up equities and SPX like vol shorting. The 6-month still kind of turning around, but pretty slowly. The 3-month just falling off. That doesn't appear to be getting any better. And the more that falls off, the more we should see the forward yield on vol start to turn around. And if the back half of the yield curve really starts to move up, we should see that turn around pretty sharply. Bond vol's still falling off. Skew is at an all-time high. Market crash Monday? Interesting. Maybe not, but possibly more volatile upside. That's interesting. That's not a lot of tail risk hedging. Zero fear. Right? 73.95% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and correlation in VIX between VIX cash VIX still rising. 4 consecutive days now, where it's kind of moved up a bit. We're still really not seeing like VX or VIX fall significantly. It's kind of holding 16. This reminds me a lot of the period back in 2021, around May of 2021, where vol stayed pretty high and we had really steep index corrections that, well, we kept getting them actually. This might be kind of similar to that. Yeah, it might be in a consistently higher volatility regime. Fed fund futures pricing in a bit more rate cuts in Jan today, but no macro news. This is just the spread moving around a bit. Anyway, that's about it for today. I will see you guys Sunday for the member stream at 12:30. I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Later.